जय विश्व praying to Vishwa world Jai Jai world Jai Vishwa Jai world Jai world Jai world. Namaskar, good morning, good day. This is Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India, to my friends all over the world regarding my profession and general talk. And this is July 17, 2020, one more day of life and of this year. Always ready to help you if you seek help, and particular to engineers. I am also interested to all those members and engineers on a structural forum of India, and also all those fraternity people around my profession all over the world to raise questions regarding civil engineering, professional engineering, as many as possible, and can write to if so required. And with this, I will start this topic, which is related to professional issues, professional activities, professional works, and related engineering. Engineering, again I say, engineering is not what I think so, and we see that engineering is something not different, but we may say what we understand about engineering is just professionally, but I think engineering is something we should say just natural production of those people, those activities which are of course nature-based materials to natural production. That's what I mean to say. Engineering is defined, again and again I say, engineering is defined as result of use of natural resources to benefit of world and human being. World is very big in size, but if you want to use it, it can be used in a way. If we do not loot it, I mean to say, we are only looting this world, and we are not actually using this world to our benefit, but to reduce our benefits, I can say. You may not agree with me or may agree with me, that is different issue. But are we using world in a way it should be used, or we are just abusing this world? It seems so far that we have certainly abused this world. Why I am saying that? This world is full of wealth. World means earth. Earth as a planet is full of wealth. Wealth which we still do not know. How much wealth do we have? How much wealth do we have? We actually do not know. So, if we do not know, how I am saying that we are looting? Yes, we are looting that which we know. Now I am trying to find some share. You can share pre-recorded content on Facebook by uploading video as a post on your timeline instead of streaming live video on Facebook. I'm not finding available where share. I want to share certain files. I'm not getting that stream settings, stream. So that's I don't know what's saying that. No, I don't know what's saying. Viewing. This is. I wanted to share actually. That's my problem. I will find how to share that. Sorry, gentlemen, this disturbing and wasting time. I just try to find out how to share it. And questions, polls, the clickings, the graphics, stream health, and stream setup. Live now, write a comment and live. Well, I could not find that. I don't know what is behind that. I wanted to share it. Well, I don't know how to share it with you. I want to share some files. Well, I was talking of engineering and what engineering, to my understanding, is that we have to use natural resources that have been gifted by God through earth to us. These resources are unlimited, immense in quantity, and we actually do not know what they are. What these are, we do not know, and that's what we have to think of. And I'm talking about this, when I say I'm talking about project management or engineering management, that is very important from every point of view, because term is easy, but have we use it professionally? How can we use it professionally? That's the point here, How can you use professionally? Before I said, no. I am using engineering here. Engineering is my passion, you may say. Engineering that I consider my passion, my mission. Engineering for me is not a tool, a branch, just to make money. Because money is secondary criteria in life. First is management, money management, because the systems and changes, organization or challenges. Human thinking, this is in this part only resort. And then general, concrete, we are talking of specific, total, and total systems and quality and structured, quality structured, and soil engineering, and we can say reports. And then FIDIC. This is generally our program is, as usual, we're talking of. I'm excluding COVID for moment because nothing much left in COVID to talk of, except that world has changed. COVID has been forgotten, in fact, by nations. It has been forgotten, in fact, and they are replacing with economy. This is cheating by world people, by politicians, I can say. They are not interested in livings of people, they are interested in only, you can say, money. Well, politicians are politicians. I'm not a politician. I don't want to be. My aim is to serve people of world and not to waste time in rubbish politics. Because for me, politics is not a profession, it is a service. But those people who are in politics around world, they have converted service to profession or to occupation. Well, I'm not able to use share facility of this video. I tried yesterday night how to use that. I could not. I could not do that. I could not do that. It's coming under this. Get started. Choose how you want to start some setting of your live video, stream how, and graphics, view clippings, polls, questions, help. I'm not getting how I could. It's I think my fault. I was not ready for that. Otherwise, without this, ensure any pre-recorded content is clearly distinguishable from live content and includes appropriate disclosures about being pre-recorded description of the graphics. You can also share pre-recorded contents on Facebook by including video as opposed to sharing is there, but you can also share pre-recorded content. How to share when there's nothing in it. Streaming, weaving, and what is weaving? I don't know what is weaving here. I mean, weaving. Weaving is well, I am a fool. I can say I did not try before. I can say I'm a fool. Stream how to effects. Video clippings and polls and questions and how use camera. Foolish I am. I can say in English language. More human, I can say that. Well, let me continue what I was doing because I can't waste time. It's my fault if I could not do that in practice. I tried again. I wanted to show some files to you people. Actually, that was my criteria behind that. I want to share because it's difficult to share files. It's difficult to share files if I want to show some files in share. It's possible, but I'm not able to find share. That's a problem here. And we'll see maybe. Well, engineering, as I said, is my mission because I was born. I didn't know, my father didn't know, my mother didn't know what this person would be, our kid would be. And same applies to you all when you were born. But our luck, our fate, our hard work, and our parents' objectives, and you can say each person's individual objective extended our aim to be in field of engineering. How it happened? That's now graph of everybody. That cannot be explained. Everybody knows about its own. But my concern is that my weakness remained throughout life, that I was never behind money. There was a reason that I was not born with money first of all, and then when I got education, then I got job. After that, whenever I required whatever expenses, I got through luck, and there was no such struggle as far as money was concerned. Means for my requirements, I never suffered very heavily. So when you don't suffer heavily for money, at least when you stand on your own, then I think the greed reduces, and degree of greed has no limit. Even if you are a billionaire or you are a millionaire or you are a very big person of world, just like people are, greed never goes away. But greed of learning always increases. There's only one you can say one part in life, what you can learn and apply in life. That's most important rather than how much you earn. Earning is a limit, but the real earning is how much you can learn and do it. Learning is not enough. Doing is enough. When learning is, if I go through books and I get some degree, that's theoretical knowledge. That theoretical knowledge must be applied in field. If you want to convert that theoretical knowledge to real knowledge, and real knowledge accumulates to attainment, and attainments in your skill. You know what I mean is attainment is your skill. Your book knowledge, your certification do not mean anything if you do not practically do that, and it's for everybody. You know that no need of explaining that one. If I learn something, I must apply that in true sense, and I have to ratify myself. I have to confirm my work. I know what I did is right because I have got result of that. At that stage, there is no need of any guide or any professor or any peer review because evidence speak themselves. Peer review is not required even in that case because my result states that what I decide for, what I aimed for, I got it. This is called practical engineering, and practical engineering is much more important than exclusively theoretical engineering. What I am inclined is to say that engineers in field, majority of them who are very well educated professionals, they have been missing this factor to some extent. There are people who are very good in applications, but there are also people who do not, I mean to say, care for that. There are people. If I cannot apply something, that's my weakness. Some weakness is there, I missed in my learning, I cannot apply that. So that is not complete engineering. Engineering in one sense is you do that and deliver that. I met many engineers in my life from different nations, particularly from those nations who understand engineering in a different way. Arab world, Middle East world, and British world. Those, of course, Americans, I experienced that they do not value your theoretical knowledge to that extent as practical knowledge. Well, maybe they are born like that or system there was like that. But I have seen them very, very active on front, very active. Our people have little hesitation, very big hesitation you can say. Our people keep little off in-depth areas of field. I don't know reason for that. You know better than what I know. I have seen people limit themselves with some subjects or their field of expertise, which is not pro-engineering. Engineering doesn't limit anything. Only field is engineering where there is no limit. But we have ourselves tagged with that limit. This is our weakness, I can say. This is weakness of our education or a system or our understanding of engineering. Engineering is like sky, It's a sky. Engineering doesn't stop you, but it gives you wings for expansion. It gives you head and tail for flying. It gives you start button, and there it gives you end button also, but it never forces you to use end button. It never even gives you pause button, and button is there, but it doesn't say use this. Once you enter in profession of engineering, there is a long route which never ends. That's up to your capacity, how can you move, and what opportunities can you get in the field, and these opportunities, how many of them can you convert to challenges and your destinations. Entry into field is little difficult, opportunity is little difficult, but opportunities are owned, and if you own opportunities, what I'm going to say, if you respect opportunities in field or you yourself seek them, people give you. If you seek opportunities or you seek those difficult works to do yourself, you can get them despite what your designation is or what your total attainment is. And if you are successful in that disposal, you are advanced automatically. And automatically you are advanced. I have observed many instances when your formal designation is one part, one name, but your real work is different. It's much higher than that. In that capacity, your appointment letter stands null and void because nobody checks your appointment letter. And law also says real work that you do in life, actual work that you do in life, that is your position or that is your designation. Your appointment letter remains for purpose of salary and others. But your order letter, your command letter, your instruction letter work everywhere. I am trying to explain this particularly to those engineers who declare themselves they are only in this design field or they are only in this field or that field, that we are in field of planning, we are in field of quality, we are in field of safety, we are in field of coordination, we are in field of this and that. Those people certainly roam in darkness. Design is very much part of engineering and it's very important part, but it does not mean that you cannot go out of that or cannot invite other disciplines like engineering on site, planning of site, planning of projects, safety matters and quality, and many other writings, and you can say technical work, exclusive technical work, exclusively micro design work. These are all parts of profession. When you enter profession on major projects, you shall find something that you never expected of, and you have to do that. That makes a big change in your profession. Nowadays, exclusive specialty does not value anything. Yes, you actually restrict yourself from expanding your professional wings if you stick to one point that I am design engineer, I am planning engineer, I am safety, I am quality, I am what is this and that. Why do you constrain yourself? When you studied engineering, you did not say this is my subject. You had to pass all your compulsory subjects. And don't forget that this is age where you are not going to calculate yourself. You have plenty of time that saves your, in past everything was calculated and major time was consumed in calculation. Now that time, which is about, if you are in designs, 50% of your time is saved because you are not going to calculate yourself, software calculates for you. Rest depends on your construction of your results, how you interpret those results and how do you accept them or you try again. Yes, there are opportunities in designs, but you should remember in designs excellent work is done, that I don't object that. I like it, I support it. Excellent design is done, excellent stress analysis is done, modeling is done, everything is done. That's salutable. But that is not achievement of engineers. My point is that achievement of engineers is not software use. That is somebody else prepared that software. You are just using them. You are not innovating anything there. You are using something, means something which you practice in past yourself, Now you have surrendered that to software. 50% of your job you have surrendered to software. This means you are doing only 50% of your job, professional engineering job, and remaining you are interpreting. This means you are cutting off from engineering to some extent, and you, because you are used to designs, you do not want to share responsibility of all weather conditions, that is site work, and that is where you are cut off also. You think or you imagine that whatever you did, you produced on design, or you instructed, I should say instruction, because drawing itself is instruction. So whatever you instructed on designs, person on site would do that for sure. That is your imagination. Of course it is true, person on site must do that. Person on site would do that indeed. But standard is a question. What a standard site guy can meet based on collecting information from design and drawings. Because everybody has some mindset. You have some mindset. Site person has one mindset. And person associated with site men are having different mindset. Means there is a gap between supervisor and designer, and there is a gap between supervisor and contractor, and there is a gap between contractor and quality, and there is a gap between supervisor and quality, and there is a much gap between designer and quality. There is a much gap between site person and planner. So these gaps must be closed, must be bridged. But who shall bridge them? If these gaps continue to remain there, gaps enlarge themselves, lengthen themselves, that causes grave problem. Though there should be no gap, there should be a coagulant approach. There should be an augmentation on calibers rather than differentiation. Designers and site should be a team, simple. When I say designer and site should be a team, because both are having specializations. Don't underestimate site people, and site people should not overestimate designers. Both have their respective responsibilities. It is easy to say site people that they are only doing what is instructed to them. That's okay, that's instruction. Somebody needs instruction, everybody needs instruction, and designer too is doing based on some other instruction. So instructions remain everywhere. It's not question of superiority and inferiority, it's a question of specialization and value of one's activity. Contractors are looked at down. I don't know why. Contractor term is used as understood as someone who is a thief, and this is particular in our country, India, Bharat. I cannot say for other countries because I did not find that abuse of this term there. Yes, some people do that, but on an average and on a gross basis, contractors are professionals there. Contractors are treated as purely professional groups, those who are experts in converting designs to site production. Engineering, if you define or explain in a manner that I am doing, will find that every discipline of, we call discipline because these are disciplines: design discipline, field discipline, site discipline, quality discipline, planning discipline, safety discipline, or whatsoever, claims discipline. All these are disciplines where discipline engineers are required of whatever level of education. I have seen people on site also who are PhDs and who are MTech. I have seen those people also. and also in designs there are people who are M.Tech, PhD, and of course B.Techs or whatever. Both are needed. Now, engineering definition covers all these disciplines. It's not simple that it stops at designs or it stops at site. There's a flow chart and all are integrated in that circuit, in that flow chart. Construction on site and construction of design in designs. Both are different worlds, but both are mother and father. Both are, same goal. Goal is whatever design is done should be transformed to practical shape. That practical shape is not easy to achieve. Design be very excellent, even is outstanding, well thought, well charted out by designers in such a way that either it's too complex or it's too easy in look. And sometimes it is so complex that a lot of time is wasted on site by engineers just to understand what design is until notations are very clear. Well, it takes some time in beginning, but once you understand that, it continues. But it indicates deficiency on part of designer if communication problems do exist. If communication problems do exist, something is wrong somewhere in designs. Basic principles of design states that design should be constructable. It should be buildable. If design does not qualify that requirement, I can't call that design. If that is only for research purpose or that is only for purpose of showing to others, see what complication, see how does it look. If design causes problems on site, it wastes time or it wastes material, preparatory materials. I cannot call that reliable design. Designers should have an aspect to think, criteria to understand what shall be problems faced by, what problems site guy shall face if this design is issued. If designer can understand this point and think on that, and if required makes changes to its own, it will benefit site and site person, because your destiny, design's destiny is that this be done on site successfully with best possible approach of quality and workmanship. That's basic criteria. And we always talk of reliability. Design should also be reliable, as site work is reliable. Every discipline should be reliable. Reliability should not go away. If reliability goes away, everything goes away. Reliability, my definition of reliability is different. It says number one that it should include a factor of safety. It should include a factor of service ability, and also it should be in a term that we call durable. So it should be safety plus, you can say, safety plus service ability and durability. These 3 points are covered under terms and definitions of reliability. If all disciplines follow this equation of reliability equal safety plus serviceability plus durability, I think that's best. And of course this is add some other sub parameters are added, can be. I'm not including that, I'm just giving a head definition, or you can say section of definition, not subsections. In subsections you can add something. My engineering, when I'm talking of this engineering management is not term management, because management term is used, so we should interpret accordingly. Not necessary. We have different interpretations because we can think. We can think. Every one of us is a thinker. If we have no capability to think, then we can't call ourselves engineers even though we are well qualified. If thinking is reduced, engineering is reduced. If thinking is enhanced, engineering is enhanced. Thinking means you cannot decide in one go. You have to think many times and then decide. There are many options in designs and there are many options in site to do job, and there are many options in other disciplines as well. Other disciplines are dependent on your design, dependent on site approach, and dependent on time, quality, and cost. All. Planning, which is understood, planning I mean to say, planning means scheming, time schedule you can say. Scheduling, in fact, I should say. Scheduling means how to, divide time on all activities so that we reach our time limit, our milestones, various milestones, and final milestone. That is a job done by planning engineers, who are of course civil engineers or other engineers who understand project and all sub-disciplines of project. Those experts understand, and they can interact with site people who have to do that job. They should not force what they want to say, because I find always a clash between planners and site executors. Some degree of clash. Reason? Site guy is on approach to work. Site person considers into its point of order, first resources, priorities on job, and with presence or absence of resources. Sometimes there are problems on site, and problems for administration means it's not necessary the what planner thinks and what one site person thinks are on same line. Planner considers only theoretically idealistic. Planner thinks everything is ideal, just like designer thinks everything is ideal. But on site, everything is not ideal. Same way, safety guy, SHE guy thinks everything is ideal, while it's not. And quantity person means hardly goes to site, maybe once a month for billing or something. Otherwise, that engineer remains in office. If it's site-based office, he remains in site-based office. Or if that person remains in head office. That person also thinks ideally. Now question remains ideally or practically. Ideally, if things can be done, that's best one. But can we do ideally? How many percent of activities do we think we can in ideal environment? I don't think it's 5%. I don't think so. I'm not saying who's superior or not superior here. Here question is not superiority. Question is integrity of disciplines. If our disciplines are well connected together, linked together, it's a kind of integrated circuit. We used to have integrated circuits in past for television for something, and that kind of integrated circuit I'm talking, that what happens in tool sprint, in process of train, design to delivery of final product, duly maintained, is a process. This process of this train, where there are many departments, many sections connected together, starting from designs to completion of project and use of project, where term project terminates. That is where our silver lining starts. We can say project is finished, it's achieved, and from tomorrow this project does not stand as project, but it converts to operational body. Operational body means to say it's operation now and not project where construction was going on. Engineers must understand this point. I am not against any discipline. I should not be, because I am a professional. I respect all disciplines, and in fact, to be very frank, all disciplines are clubbed together in engineering. Every engineer knows these disciplines. If somebody thinks others do not know, yes, I agree. Others are not that expert as you are. Others are not that brilliant you are, because you are practicing that. Other practices that part, this part, or one's part. So don't underestimate anyone. If someone has been in field or in site for, let us say, 20, 30 years, you cannot say that person is an ordinary one. Same way, a person who has been in designs for 20 years, that person is not an ordinary one, irrespective of what educational qualification one has. A field experience, or whatever field, in designs, on the site, or in planning, or wherever, experience of every year counts to your value. If you are in designs, that counts, because you are practicing, you are taking responsibility. You are not doing based on guidance by a teacher or a professor. You are doing something for someone, and some money is being spent on that. That money is very important. And there is a question of responsibility, there is a question of obligation, there is a question of risk cover, there is a question of, liability. All these factors, all these, risks make you responsible, more responsible. If you are liable for your action, this is higher responsibility. If you are responsible for your designs, it's higher responsibility. If you are responsible for your site work, it's higher responsibility. Same way, wherever you are answerable to someone, not just means you are mistaking and you are excusable, forgivable. It doesn't work in field. If because of you something, and you are in a responsible position, and you make mistakes, then your salary can be recovered and you can be removed from job. So here is a question of eradication, a question of erosion, is a question of scrapping your career. So here question of career arise. It's not simple that you are out or no. You are out with a bad name, and that is profession, because you are paid for doing correct job, right job, required job. If you cannot do that, you are accountable. You have to pay back. That's the point. Responsibility of engineering actual work is real engineering. It's not university that you are learning. It's not university. It is question of, it is big question mark, that number one, you are playing with money of someone who is a promoter or a contractor or whoever, design company. You are playing with your money. You are playing with time of project. You are playing with every loss that could be converted to use of. You are using natural materials. You are playing with those. You are playing with output of workers, and you are playing with abuse of machines. If you consider these factors, practicality of engineering, real work in engineering, heavily cost. Your time, your mindset All are important. Therefore, it is usually said that engineering, until you are clear in engineering, whether you are in construction field or you are in design field or wherever you are in other disciplines of engineering, you have to be clear in your mind that this is what I have to do and nothing else. No ifs and buts. In engineering, no ifs and buts. Yes, during your process of work, you can say, during your planning of work, you can say, whether you are on site, you are in designs or wherever, you can consider that before you start work. This is option number 1, this is option number 2, this is option number 3, and weigh all options. Once you decide that you have to do that, then no ifs and buts. You must be sure of what you finally give to others to do that, or you do yourself. That should be weighable, not once, every time. Management says you have to do some work right first time, every time. You have to perform work right first time, every time. No second time. Because who shall pay for first time mistake? You cannot hide mistakes even. I am not talking of errors, I am talking of mistakes, remember. Errors do happen. Errors do happen due to many reasons. Those are different. Those are defects, those are not mistakes. Defects and mistakes are different. There can be defects in activities, but wrong activities is not acceptable. Defect can be rectified, but incorrect activity has to be removed, has to be thrown or replaced or reworked. That's point very important one, which you must understand. Engineering is not simply engineering, you can say. It's not simply engineering. Engineering, you may say, it's like mind crop. Mind crop. There is a field crop where you grow fields in agriculture engineering. Here it's a crop of mind. You are erupting something out of mind based on information given to you. And that should be done on site. Sometimes, very serious engineers on site, they always remain in tension because they are not sure of their resources. They are not sure of capabilities of their own people. And on top of that, they are not sure of their own capability. You will always find them in stress. That is not good. And also in designs, you will find some people who are already depressed and stressed. There is no place for stress in engineering, first you be clear. Even if you are busy, you are having problems on site, don't be stressed. Be free mind, because every problem has a solution, but you should be calm for that. You should be free mind for that. There will be from morning till evening many problems in engineering, in construction, in designs, everywhere. There is everywhere some panic, but don't be flown by panic. Panic is always instant. Panic is always instant. It's like water, that's why we call it panic. It's panic, Sometimes there's turbulence in water. Sometimes it's stagnant water. Sometimes there's a laminar flow, like that. But don't forget, it's water only that extinguishes fire. And it's fire only that can evaporate water. So both actions are possible this way or that way. Water is used for fire extinguishing and fire is used for boiling water. Both way it works. This is what engineering is all about. Engineering requires constant cool mind after decision and below decision, everywhere. Before you decide something, you should have cool mind, and when you are hot, when you are angry, Either you are in design or you are wherever enjoying, better don't work at that time. Hold on for few seconds, even for few hours if required. Change that topic. Take up some topic if you find there is some turbulence in taking some decision because something is missing in your mind or something, some information is not available with you which you are not understanding, you are not picking that, and there is a problem caused. That approach is very important. There is no one designer who has only one design, and there is no engineer who has only one activity. Both are having multiple jobs. Site guy has many activities and sometimes many sites together. Similarly, designers are having many projects together. It's good for both, and same applies to all other disciplines: planning, safety, quality, quantity, all building, whatever it is. Why we call engineer, you know it very well. What is engineer? Engineer means a person who is genius. Genius state of mind. Genius state of mind requires cool mind. Hard mind will not work. So that's what I say. Stay for few or break from that. Research done on mind also supports it. Many researches have been conducted about mind, and particularly those people who use their mind up to too much extent, say 50%, 60%, 70%, very few people. And I understand engineers are also those persons who are able to use their mind more than 50%, 60%, 70%. That use is sometimes very difficult because you are having high level of concentration there, which ordinary people cannot. Remember, one mistake in wherever in a profession can lead to devastation. How? Just imagine. You lay a slab, you pour a slab, you allow a slab, big slab, concrete RCC. You do that and you could not control it properly, or due to something you forgot something, everybody forgot something, and you ignored letter securing. Very simple. You ignore curing. You did not, if something happened and you could not concentrate on that, and due to whatever reason, there could be any reason, no need of explaining that. That reason failed your slab concrete in test. There was lack of curing or there was no curing. Nobody cared for that, and that slab, and your results failed. Even cube results failed or not failed, your slab can be tested further, and that fails. Can you tell me what solution? Can some design engineer tell me what is solution? Or some other engineer tell me, planning engineer, safety engineer, or quality engineer? No one can tell me the solution. Why you cannot tell me solution? You are engineer. That's what I'm saying. Even site person who did it does not know solution to that. And in fact, no one knows that solution. If that slab fails, what to do? This is a real problem. It's a real problem, and if you can value this problem, you will never keep yourself free. You will always concentrate on site. slab fails and there is no solution, lack of curing, let us say, and you can't cure after it fails because it's not effective. It won't be effective. Then you will only say we do load tests, we do code tests, we do this, and there is no meaning for that. Fails means fails. What is solution? You can't treat that. There is no treatment for that. This is what is engineering. This is where danger lies. This means all this process train that started from designs and ended to work front, this train has collapsed. Here you may not blame design engineer, but design has failed. Whatever reason, site has failed. Loss is to both, irrespective of what problem lies, where responsibility lies. Or this is one part. Other part is design fails. Or design is okay, workmanship fails. Or some work on site fails. In both cases, there are losses. Your time lost, your cost lost, and your, quality. Of course, when work is lost, quality is lost, and you have to lose also rework cost. This is where engineering stands. So engineer is having this kind of responsibility in life. If some structure fails, it's not one person who dies, many die. If your structure fails within fire spread, everything collapses, everything goes. Fire, which is friend of none and which is unknown, which is not known to you and to me, but it happens. Fire, due to whatever reason, due to reason of short circuit, or due to reason of fire dampers failure. Fire damper failure in HVAC, heat, ventilation, air conditioning. Sometimes fire damper do not work when required so to do for their purpose. Fire damper is meant to if fire is spreading, you have to dampen that fire. Fortunately or unfortunately, these do not work. So fire works its duty. Fire does its job. You can't stop that. It's fire. It won't listen to you. You cannot suppress it. Yes, you can suppress later, not at that time. And for you have to call fire brigade. And if it's not controlled within half hour, within 1 hour, or maximum within 2 hours, then you can't even retrofit that structure. It is going to collapse. And fire means increase of temperature on surface of members. It may be column, it may be beam, or it may be your slab or plate. External portion of that is heated up to 1500 degrees Celsius and internal portion is little less. So external surface would heat and internal surface will heat lesser than external surface. So you are going to reduce useful section of concrete and only internal portion may be little left for purpose of use, but that can't be used. This is real experience-based knowledge I am talking you, not talking to you theoretical here. There can be safety problems on sites. There have been instances in many international companies, though news are not allowed to be out, but secrets are known. People know each other. International companies even nowadays do not stick to those strict rules because everywhere people from all over the world are working. There have been instances of failure of formwork during casting, and they say if formwork failed, or you can say scala or scaffolding fail. This happens. So what I intend to submit to you people is, engineering is beautiful profession, but it involves many risks. It involves high degree of supervision. It involves high degree of workable design. It involves high degree of management on site, duly organized. It involves high level of quality system management, organization, and it requires everything that, if connected together, makes a good circuit or good organization. That part is very important for every engineer to understand, and that's only a reason that I want my colleagues, my fraternity people, to little involved with continuous learning of practical aspects. I am finding many such very low profile problems through certain websites, which engineers, experienced engineers at least should not ask, but still they are asking. This means that they are not immersed in engineering disciplines. They are immersed only in part disciplines. Like somebody is immersed in designs, means designs only. If somebody is immersed in planning, means planning only. Or if somebody is immersed in, means I'm not finding, in fact, specialists come all rounders. That is requirement of current engineering. One should be specialist. Specialists come all rounder. All rounder for purpose of coordination, for purpose of organization, for purpose of pragmatism, and for purpose of integrity of engineering. Coordination, interface management, and advancement of knowledge, advancement of learning, you can say. When you study interdiscipline, you will get lot of knowledge, and that knowledge is for application purpose, not for expertise purpose. At least we can contact other disciplines who are not my disciplines or your disciplines, and can interact with them. So for purpose of interaction with others successfully, one should be having some knowledge of coordination engineering, some knowledge of interface engineering, and some knowledge of some specifications that must be understood. See, there is no restriction on reading something or understanding something in field. In field, when you are in a project, you expect to know everything about project, depending on your position having. You may be a project in charge, you may be a construction manager, you may be a project manager, you may be a director, you may be head of a section, you may be design in charge here, you may be quantity in charge, you may be whatever. Every post reports some of other posts. If you keep your isolated, then you can't work there. That's not possible. If you keep your isolation, then isolation means you are gone. Isolation works somewhere, not everywhere. If you say that it's not my job, sometimes what happens that you are forced to accept some responsibility that may not be yours, or you may not be expert of that. But due to emergency or due to whatever reason, you have to do that job. Of course, there is support for that. You have to do that. It doesn't mean that you have changed your profession, but that's requirement of ours that there should be someone responsible to respond. This happens. And when you are saying, you claim that you are a specialist and you can handle other interactively, then they think that you are very useful. They know that you are not expert in the other field, but you can interact. And that interact is like journalism. Journalists do not know everything, but they interact. So you can say that's kind of engineering coordination in journalism. Journalism in a sense that you have to just inform, just report them, or report to someone that this is happening here. And if you do not know solution of that, you can seek advice on that. That's another part of life. Means everything is not solved for you. Even in your own field, you do not know many aspects of that. So you have to find those. So similarly, you can find out. It's very simple to say. So I am a civil engineer, and of course I did electrical engineering, I did thermodynamics, I did many other subjects not directly related to my field. Then we forgot. Everybody forgets. It's nothing very extraordinary after passing. We forget even our syllabus. This happens. But forgetting doesn't mean you forgot that in totality. When you open book, you will understand that immediately. Oh, I studied that. If someone asks me, give me details of electrical appliances on your site or electrical machines on your site within this range, I should say, no, send me electrical engineer, right? No. If he could send electrical engineer, why to ask me? We know generators, we know machines, we know their rated capacities. Everything is available. And that's the reason that you are a manager, that you can manage, you can organize. They are not going to ask you, you are a specialist of that, you are a professional of that, to certify that. They just want information on that. And that is where manager does. Inform them. Give them in writing, collect a report from your areas, sites. This is management. I have not seen any MBA or someone who says I am a qualified and he in details knows something. What they do, collect from 4 or 5 staff people whom they assign their jobs and just have a look on that information, maybe review or don't even review, and pass it further for actions. And then it's further passed and passed and passed, and ultimately it reaches somewhere in clear terms or unclear terms, I can't say, and then disposed of. But I am just telling you, civil engineer is not uncertainty. It is solid engineering. Maybe accuracy factor is different. It may not be in micromillimeter, but it may be in certain tolerances of millimeters. Yet it is solid. There may be a plumb within variation of 1 mm in 1 meter, and same thing there may be distance tolerance of, let us say, 1 or 2 millimeter in 5 meters. Or in sizes it could be 1 millimeter in half meter. There could be little tolerance, non-microns. Yes, there is a tolerance in microns if you can see the thickness of paint or thickness of some lamina, or you can say some other epoxy flooring, for example. There can be something where we can say it is in micromillimeter tolerance. It could be how many epoxy, how many micromillimeter this 3 coats are. There could be that approximation of that exact thickness. So field is different, Civil engineering is very different field. If you make a mistake, It's permanent. You cannot correct that. And that mistake is such throughout life. If someone points it out, oh, this line is not straight, it's waving. Generally, very long distances you do. And generally when people see, oh, see, it's waving, it's not straight. So it's not going to harm someone, yet it's out of line. And it was not given due care at time of construction. And it remains permanent here. So you can't conceal every fact. I have seen many artifacts and many artisans and many even some foremen and some others, engineers even. No problem, we'll do plaster on that. No problem, we'll do plaster on that. Such approach is, not engineer's approach. This is not engineer's approach. Or, just bend this bar here and like that. Means just to get your job done, you want to conceal something which is not correct. If there is an error, better you take care of that error and do it right at that moment, just loss at that level rather than cumulative loss of all sequential items, sequential facts. That's where we are serious, we should be serious. As I say, thinking. Engineering is thinking-based subject. This is thinking-based profession. People may say they are doing only column, beams and slabs. They may say that. But you know it. Every work is done based on designs. And without designs, we are nowhere. And if you do without designs, means we lose something somewhere. That is not acceptable. We are not supposed to lose. But we accept that. Okay, we will take care of that. That taking of care is something very logical. Because you won't take care of that later on. Whatever care you can take it now. Now or never. Now or never. During pouring of concrete, you can say, do it now. Or it will set. Right or wrong. If you do that time. Even if you hold something for some hours and do that, it can be corrected. But if you say, no, tomorrow I see, or day after tomorrow I see, then you cannot correct it, can never correct it. In layman drawing, there is no problem. But in professional engineer's drawing, there is a problem. There is a problem because engineer is professional. And there is no problem because other guy is not. No problem, I do. I met so many people in my life, from different cultures. I won't say, they forget some foundation. They have many, say, 400, 500 columns in one area and they forget one by mistake. And plinth beam is done. Even, upper columns are done up to beam level. Say, by chance that guy comes to you and say, see, we have forgot this column. That comes and seriously tells me, this can be forgot. And I was surprised to see, you forgot them. Then I start from here only. Person said, can I start from ground only? This column. Oh, shut up, what are you talking about? Who checks and who asks? The question is not who checks. You think I am working here because someone checks? What do you think? You are working on site because someone will check it and say, okay, fine, do it? It's not that. I have to check myself first. Because when I am engineer, it means I depend on others checking. Okay, I am engineer hired by a contractor, but I am engineer. My first responsibility is to ensure that I don't miss anything. I say no, other guy checks, it's okay. No. Do it from below. They think that person who is coming to check is more responsible. And if he says yes, it's okay, means it is because site works like that. If that person doesn't understand, this person who is not educated in engineering or just a support on site, that person, foreman or supervisor, whosoever is, that person does not understand the responsibility lies with contractor. Because that document is not known to that person. That point we have to be careful about. That's why I'm saying engineering is very risky, and sometimes if you compare this and that, I would say all disciplines in engineering are very risky. Design is also not easy, it's very difficult. It takes time, and person, until job is not done on site successfully, that person also cannot sleep well. Maybe they accept, they don't accept, but that's fact. Yes. And sometimes what happens, they design themselves, they produce details, and at random if you give them same drawing on site, and they are there, maybe they find same difficulty which I find. Designer will also find same problem on site that a person on site finds. So that's where I want to request designers not to ignore problems. If you ignore problems, problems will not ignore you. Problems will accumulate themselves and become mountains of problem on time. Engineering is very solid field. Again, I am saying it's very certain field. I cannot say that's uncertainty works in engineering. It may work in management, of course. In management it can work, but not in engineering management. I object to so many such items that some people say volatile, be volatile and be, if uncertain you are no problem, and if ambiguity is there, no problem. Like that some people, nowadays, in setting minds of others talk like that. Well, I don't understand this philosophy from where it comes. That if there is uncertainty and ambiguity, don't worry about that. Try to eliminate that, and I don't know how to eliminate that. Only those imaginary people who talk management like this, or leadership they call, they talk like this. How can they do? Only those people who are misleading the whole world, they can only tell how to do that without clear conception. As an engineer, I will not do if I don't have clear concept. That's my integrity. Means yes, I can do my way. That's different. But if I'm not sure of something, I don't have complete details of that, I won't do that. Even if it's excavation, I won't do that. Because excavation is disturbing existing ground, I won't do that. Sometimes I feel very angry with such things. Once happened is, I was called at some building site long back. Small building, my sister's building, and I was called here for designs of something event is, and on worship day, there's inauguration, it's a religious ceremony, something like that, which I don't believe in. Then my sister, don't come on that day. Okay, I won't come on that day, because if I come, I'll dispute with Pandit. You'll dispute with Pandit or Pujari, or person who thinks his puja will solve every problem. Well, I'm not trying to talk of that, but when I went to see next day, I saw there was a pit, excavated pit, and that location was main column. I asked, why you excavated here? This is position of column. No, that Pandit said, this is only point where you have to worship. I was very angry. You know what you have done? We have removed soil from here. Where you have to place column. Such people are there. They do not know what they are doing. You could excavate somewhere else. No, that was only here. If that was one, I would slap that person. When these people believe in those people who are just cheating you for sake of money, who are misleading you without any logic. And you are working on engineering, you are spending your time, you are designing, you are investigating something, and they do not trust you. Public is like that. means orthodox and profession are distant. You can't be orthodox when you do profession. And if you are orthodox, you can never do profession. Then you keep on thinking where is south, where is north, where is east, where is this. You keep on just imagining and deliberating about that. Keep on deliberating. You won't find results. It's happened with me in my house where I'm staying. There's another house adjacent to me and this side also. And there's a zoning here, it's a regulated area. There's a common wall in between on the rear side. What happened once, my neighbor in rear wall, this rear compound wall, is a common one. He excavated too much there below foundation, up to below foundation. And by chance I saw that from roof one day, terrace, and I came down to, what nonsense you have done here? Oh, I am going to construct one water tank here. I was surprised to know that. You didn't ask me anything? No, why I ask you? This is water tank I am making. But this is my wall too. This wall is common wall. Half my money and half is your money. And question is not of money. Question is, who told you to make tank here? Who told you this? Which engineer told you? No, it's not engineer. Who then? Architect? No. Vastu. The bloody hell you Vastu. Vastu told you make a tank here so that my wall sinks into water. Water seeps in and wall breaks, wall sinks down and whole building comes down. This is your Vastu. No, Vastu told me, I'll report it to police. I report it to authority. Dispute was there and ultimately police came. And so, okay, you fill it. I say you have to keep 5 foot away from this minimum. So he had excavated pits there, big pit, for tank. He said they are also tank. I said yes, we have tank, but we are not having tank at your wall. We are having tank in basement, below basement. What's the problem? I stopped you from basement. You did not make basement your problem. So it's my right. You excavate your basement and do that. But why did you disturb my foundation and below that? So such people are here. This is why I am explaining to you. So he filled that portion. Ultimately it is disturbed. So who can explain those people? That's what I am saying. Engineering is very difficult. And that person also told me, because this is a personal builder, he said, I have done this at every building in Delhi. Okay, you have done in Delhi, I am not responsible for that. I don't accept this. If you wish, I can give you drawing, keep off. I don't charge for anything. You don't charge for that. You keep 5 foot off from here and construct your tank. Unfortunately, approval body did not take any action on that because they don't bother about anything. But engineering is engineering, and if in this country this happens, I don't find such stupidity in other countries. Here it happens. Maybe in other countries, in our neighboring country I can't say, but where I worked, I did not find such nonsense. My purpose of this talk is again same. I am saying we have to be responsible. And particularly I am finding some egos in some engineering people, that we are designers, that ego must go. Well, you are welcome, you are designer, but you are equally responsible for projects. Because if your design is not done as you planned or you conceived, then your design is not implemented properly, adequately, and it doesn't work as you should have. For that, you have to be somewhere on site, Somewhere, I'm not saying dedicated to site, somewhere you have to be involved. You have to have such contracts with clients that your presence is valued. Not simply you can leave it to those site people who do not value quality or standards of working. Everybody is not serious. You see, hardly you will find 2-3% people serious even in profession. Others are easygoing, just like ease of profession, ease of business. This ease word is very dangerous. When you are easyfying everything, you are nullifying everything. Easyfying means loss of quality, loss of standards, loss of integrity. And it's going to happen all over the world now, because some countries are not going to value education, in which America is also involved, we are involved. There is no education value now as it was before, because mindset of governments are that. Even Trump says that, Trump's daughter says that, what's value of 4 years or 5 years professional courses. So means already there's a problem and you are going to add fuel to fire. No one can help it. Therefore, mind and involvement of technology must be together, integrated very well. Otherwise, you know what happens. Engineering is bad. There should be no engineering only for namesake, just like it happens nowadays. And I am very upset, believe me. I am not blaming someone, but I am blaming myself and my fraternity only. If you go whatever place where engineering is done, where construction done, construction of all sorts, I am saying construction of even whatever, quality procedures, quality organizations, quality compliance is remote, and it is not even 50% of requirement. Everywhere you will find rusted steel is being installed, nobody cares, nobody questions, no one questions. They are just using that, and there is no one to ask this why you are using that. Because what they do, they don't know what to do. And there's no one is asking, so why should they worry? It's being used. And structural engineers, so called, themselves calling them structural engineers, I don't, they are hired, they are not hired, maybe they are not hired, that's why they are not seen. And if structural engineers are not seen, I don't know, what can I ask someone else? I can't ask contractor because contractor cannot respond, and engineers are not available. Who will respond? That self is a question mark. Well, I think I explained for today about what we should do, and along with design engineering, we should also understand construction. Understanding construction just imaginary is not good. It's not good. You know, peripheral knowledge is not good. Superficial knowledge is not good. We should have in-depth knowledge of everything. And construction is very much part of engineering, without which there is no value of anything. Same thing I would say for planning people who schedule out everything. Then do not just go independently, because your independent work won't be accepted. It may be accepted in papers, but it won't be implemented your way until you have confidence of site people, and site people have confidence that you are trying to put on paper. So planning is very important part of engineering. You can say scheduling, because it affects your valuation. And if it's not followed, then what's the meaning of planning? Yes, variation of 1 or 2% is okay, but if there is no line match on S curve for both, what's the meaning of that? And everybody will raise brows. Where is planning going? Where planners? Either planners are working, and even if site is advanced and planner fails, so there is no meaning of plan. What you plan schematically and talk with persons who are going to do that job. So you can be constructive in planning and of course quality people. And I say quality people that do not play with authority of quality alone. You have to support those people who do not know quality. Quality, you cannot simply say, I have observed this, you correct yourself. That's your instruction. But if a guy is tougher, if side guy is tougher, but quality responsibility is yours. You cannot simply say, I have told him, I have recorded observation, nobody is reading that. You must understand that side people, 70, 80%, 90% of them cannot read anything. And sometimes even engineers don't have time to read your statements until you tell them in person, you explain to them in person, you have to do this. You do this and you will approve. That's another point. That's quality who will have to change themselves. And then you can say supervisor and all that. That is according to requirement, according to documentation, according to procedure set up by you. So it's total approach that requires on-site to present it with. If either of these isolates from project would suffer. That's what project organization is, project engineering is. It's not simply CPM or PERT or bar chart. It's complete coherence, it's complete cohesion, adhesion, compaction and consolidation that leads to packed site, packed project that you deliver, not packed bunch of drawings, it's packed bunch of project work that you can hand over to your client. That is sole purpose of engineering management talk. It's already more than 1.5 hours to this contemplation of engineering management. I like to shift to your material, that is that's called general. It's a general. Concrete talk, we'll keep on talking. In general, I'm going to talk now. Yesterday I left some here. That's where I'll say, let me see why is saying. Unfortunately, I share portion I could not understand properly, or I would have shown that in file. That's an important one. Yes, this is correct. This is general. General specifications, total systems. Okay. So let me see weather condition. Come back for a while because this was very important. Just a moment, please. Let me come. Okay, right there, let us move on and continue on this file. Let's now scan off the files. I'm going to open file which is important one. Sorry, this is general specifications. I'm going to talk which I stopped yesterday in Qatar section 1. I tried to share, I cannot, I don't know how to do that. I'll see, I'll try now. I'm sorry. So we go to, let us say it. So we'll do now final inspections and handover procedures. Up to cleaning we have done. Up to cleaning, that's clearance of site we have done. It was done yesterday. This is final clearance of site. So we have done that. Now we are going to do. This is part 21, section 1, page 168. Final inspection and handover procedures. And in this text is, in this index is, that is 221 general procedures for inspections and handover. In this are scope, prerequisite for final inspection, approvals from public authorities, handover, and then items to be provided by contractor, provision of tools, spare parts and maintenance materials, guarantee, warranties and bonds, mechanical and electrical works, and mechanical and electrical works is operation data, operation and maintenance manual, operation field and performance testing. The project records, that is documents, is general, record drawings, record specifications, maintenance period, final inspection, and also this is that. So we can say that we speak about this now and use camera, and this is again. Okay, we will start like this here because final inspection and handover procedures, general procedures for inspection and handover. What is the scope in this? This part specifies requirements and procedures associated with inspection and handover of works. Related sections and parts are as follows. In part 7, this is part 7 it is submittals, part 9 is materials, and part 20 is clearance of site that we have just read through. And then section 2, that is quality assurance and quality control, and section 9 is mechanical and electrical equipment. Now 21.1.2 prerequisite for final inspection. Prerequisites of final inspection. Contractor shall complete following to satisfaction of engineer before requesting pre-handover inspection, and that's A. Submit final manufacturer certification, guarantees, warranties, and similar documents. B. Submit occupancy permits, operating certificates, final inspection and test certificates, and similar release enabling full and unrestricted use of works. Submit record drawings, operation and maintenance manuals, final project photographs, damage or settlement surveys, property surveys, and similar physical items. D. Complete submittals of record documents. E. Make final changeover of locks and deliver keys to engineer. F. Complete startup, testing of systems, and training of owners, operations and maintenance personnel. Submit equipment operating data as well as all test reports and all test reports and test data required by contract. Dismantle and remove temporary facilities and services from site. This includes utilities, construction tools, and maintenance equipment, buildings and facilities, mock-ups and similar elements, dismantle and remove temporary facilities and services from site, which includes utility, construction tools, buildings and facilities, mock-ups and similar elements, complete final cleaning. Repair and restore exposed finishes which have been marred or otherwise damaged. Hand over all spare parts, tools and maintenance equipment. In network projects, partial handling over would be acceptable if it completely meets all and above mentioned requirements. Closure of all identified non-conformance and deficiencies to satisfaction of engineer. Then number 2, when contractor has completed and cleared works to satisfaction of engineer, Contractor shall request a final inspection. Request shall be forwarded to owner by engineer's representative, and a suitable date for inspection shall be arranged. Contractor, engineer's representative, maintenance department, if available, and supervising consultant, whosoever, shall be present. A list of outstanding items, whatever, shall be agreed and issued to contractor. Upon completion of listed outstanding items, a further inspection shall be requested by contractor. Request shall be forwarded to owner by engineer's representative, and a suitable date for inspection arranged. Contractors, engineers, representatives, contractor, engineers representative, maintenance department, if available, and supervising consultant, whosoever, shall be present. A list of items still outstanding shall be issued to contractor, and if either of these are deemed to be significant, contractor shall complete these items and then request another inspection as described in clause 21.1.2. In respect of pumping station or works involving mechanical or electrical equipment, if items outstanding are deemed not to be significant, or if no outstanding items remain, then a 7-day commissioning and running test shall be initiated. On completion of all tests and agreement by engineer's representative that plant is considered operable, then it shall be handed over. A 14-day training period for maintenance department staff on operation of pumping stations shall commence. For works that have no mechanical or electrical equipment, if outstanding items are deemed not to be significant, or if no outstanding items remain, works so inspected shall be handed over. 21.13 Approvals from public authorities. 1. Contractor shall obtain all clearance certificates and approvals required as a prerequisite to connecting works to permanent water and or power supply. Contractor shall coordinate with engineer. Contractor shall coordinate with engineer to obtain necessary documents from Qatar General Electricity and Water Corporation regarding connection to permanent water and or power supply. Handover 21.14. When contractor considers that works are complete, shall submit following. A certificate stating that works are complete and that all requirements of project documentation have been met. B. A certificate stating that works have been inspected. And C. A certificate from appropriate municipality regarding cleanliness of site. And D. Approval from PWA regarding satisfactory drainage reinstatement in highway, if applicable. 21.2 Items to be provided by contractor. Items to be provided by contractor. 21.1 Provision of tools, spare parts, and maintenance materials. 1. Contractor shall provide all tools, spare parts, and maintenance materials specified in project documentation. 2. Contractor shall provide an itemized list of all items to be furnished under this clause. Each item to be furnished shall be given a unique reference number. A list shall include reference number, a description of item, and appropriate specification section and paragraph. Number 3, all items furnished under this clause shall be packaged for long-term storage. Whatever items requiring special storage conditions shall be brought to attention of engineer. All items furnished under this clause shall be provided with mark or tag for identification. Wait a minute. All items furnished under this clause shall be packaged for long-term storage. Whatever items requiring special storage conditions shall be brought to attention of engineer. All items furnished under this clause shall be provided with a mark or tag for identification purpose. Mark or tag shall include reference number detailed in clause 21.2.12. And unless otherwise instructed, all items furnished under this clause shall be delivered to government stores in accordance with relevant provisions of Part 9 of Then, unless otherwise instructed, all items furnished under this clause shall be delivered to government stores in accordance with relevant provisions of Part 9 of this section materials. Then 21.2.2 Guarantee, warranties and bonds. Guarantees, warranties and bonds. Contractor shall provide notarized copies of all guarantees, warranties and bonds as required by project documentation. Guarantees, warranties and bonds should be assembled in a binder with a durable plastic cover, complete with a table of contents. Start of warranty or guarantee period shall be either a date when whatever item is placed into full-time operation for government's benefit and with engineer's approval. B. Date of issue of completion certificate. 21.3 Mechanical and electrical works. 21.3.1 Operation data. Contractor shall provide all operation data for all mechanical and electrical equipment supplied under contract. 2. Operating data shall be presented on A4 size paper in ring binder with a durable plastic cover. Then Contractor shall provide all operating data for all mechanical and electrical equipment supplied under contract, and operating data shall be presented on A4 size paper in ring binder with a durable plastic covers. Operation and maintenance manuals. Contractor shall provide approved operation and maintenance manuals in accordance with relevant provisions of Section 9, mechanical and electrical equipment, and Part 7 of this section submittals. Operation, field and performance testing, and that's 21.3.3. After construction and starting is complete, after all construction and starting is complete, and before taking over of any part or whatever part of works, contractor shall perform operational, field and performance tests as called for project documentation. Contractor shall demonstrate operation of field facilities. Contractor shall demonstrate operation of facilities of engineer. Contractor shall demonstrate operation of facilities of engineer showing proper sequence of operation, as well as satisfactory performance of system and individual components. Improper operation of system or improper, neglected or faulty construction shall be repaired or corrected to satisfaction of engineer. Contractor shall make such changes, adjustments or replacement of equipment as may be required to make some comply with specifications or replace and defective parts of material. Number 3, failure of system to perform at specified level at any time at time of testing shall be responsibility of contractor. In event of failure of equipment to meet specified performance, owner reserves right to reject such equipment or system without retention money or make claims on performance warranty. Contractor shall submit a consolidated schedule of operation, field and performance tests no later than 3 months before schedule start of first test, and weekly a schedule of tests to be carried out following week. Contractor shall inform engineer not later than 24 hours in advance of changes in scheduled test. Contractor shall inform engineer not later than 24 hours in advance of changes in scheduled test. Alright, for all specified Performance test, contractor shall prepare and submit following: a draft test procedure no later than 2 months in advance of scheduled test date, a final test procedure no later no later 2 weeks in advance of schedule. Then a final test procedure no later than 2 weeks in advance of scheduled test date, and a test report within 2 weeks of successful completion of test. Project record documents. Project record documents, and these are general, project record documents, which are general number 1. So project, that is, shall be kept separate from construction working documents. Project record documents shall be kept separate from construction working documents. Project record documents shall be stored in facilities that provide a suitable environment to prevent damage or deterioration and to prevent losses. Project record documents shall include but not be limited to following, that is, drawings, specifications, addenda, variation orders, correspondence, transmittals, inspection and test reports, then record drawings. Record drawings shall be clearly and correctly red marked by contractor to show all changes made during construction process. Record drawing shall show works as executed in accordance with relevant provisions of Part 7 of this section. Submittals. 2143 record specifications. Okay. Record drawings and record specifications. I told about record drawings, now record specifications. Record specifications shall be clearly and correctly annotated to show all changes made during construction process. Maintenance period final inspection. During last month of period of maintenance, engineer will notify maintenance department that maintenance period is about to expire, and inspection of works by engineer's representative, maintenance department and contractors shall be undertaken to So, an inspection of works by engineers representative, maintenance department, and contractors shall be undertaken to verify that all outstanding items have been completed. Now is part 22, new technologies and innovations, in which its scope, prerequisite for approval, technologies and innovations of interest, documentation, final inspection and approval. New technologies and innovations, this is number 22. Okay, general procedures for approval. Hold on, please. I don't know why I'm feeling thirsty. I don't understand this. It's about 5:45. New technology, scope is Qatar is committed to researching and using new technologies and innovations within construction industry. Because of this commitment, it is open to proposals from outside agencies in use of new technologies and innovations. This part specifies requirements associated with proposals and approval of new technologies and innovations for use in construction in Qatar. 21.2 prerequisite for approval. Sorry. Prerequisite for approval. New technologies, innovations new technologies, innovations are allowed for use in whatever project on experimental or research basis after getting an approval from National Committee for Construction and Building Material Specifications, that is NCCBS, National Committee for Construction and Building Material Specifications. Of Ministry of Environment and other concerned parties. Period allowed for such an experiment or research shall be limited to trial period of a maximum of 2 years, after which it will be evaluated prior to approval or otherwise by concerned parties. Supplier will be required to submit a guarantee certificate for an agreed period of time. Supplier shall submit a written warranty to bear all fiscal and legal responsibilities as a result of using experiment, if not meeting supplier's claims or specifications. Shall remove whatever material, supplier remove whatever material, can remove whatever material or debris left from experiment. 2213 Technologies and Innovation of Interest. Technologies and Innovations of Interest. A. Polymer modified bitumen, PMB, that is polymer modified bitumen. B is super pave, and C. Performance grade binders suitable for climatic conditions of Qatar, namely that is PG 7610. Now cold laid asphalt, and then rubber recycling, stone mastic asphalt, and glass reinforced plastic GRP pipes, polyethylene plain and corrugated pipes, fiber reinforced concrete, recycling of materials from demolished buildings and roads. Notwithstanding above, Qatar wishes suppliers to propose technology and innovations that it believes can benefit Qatar and environment. Documentation. Technology providers shall be requested to submit with proposals following documents: drawings, specifications, technology reference and manual, specifications and source, reference from previous clients, transmittals, inspection and test records, health and safety requirements, environmental requirements, financial arrangements, and final inspections and approval. Final approval of technology shall be dependent on NCCBS visits, inspection and tests. Upon satisfaction of committee, written approval shall be given and specifications incorporated into QCS. Now, designs and supervision consultant quality requirements. Something wrong with me. I think I can see how it is. I did not open that door. So design and supervision consultant requirement, quality requirements. In this 23 chapter, in this section 23 part, indexes as follows: general scope, references, definitions. Then design consults quality requirement. This is quality responsibility and duties, quality system documentation, quality plan, construction, inspection and test requirements and specifications, design consultants, verification and sub-consultants, quality records, then supervision consultant quality requirements, quality responsibilities and duties, quality system documentation, quality plan, inspection and test plans, ITPs, and technical procedures, work instructions and method statements, monitoring by supervisions consultant, review of contractor quality documentation, inspection responsibilities, inspection and test supervision surveillance points. So it's that quality plan, inspection test plans, technical procedures, work instruction, method statements, monitoring by supervision consultants, review of quality contract documentation, inspection responsibilities, inspections and test surveillance points, visits, supervision, consultant verifications, interfacing, punch list, production of works, quality records. What scope of this is? Let us say in this scope is design and supervision consultant quality requirement. Design and supervision consultants quality requirement says that in this scope is general. This part specifies quality assurance activities to be performed by design and supervision consultants during all phases of contract and should be read in conjunction with all other parts of contract. Purpose of this part is to define design and maintenance. Okay. Now we are talking about quality requirement before going on this page. It's very important to talk quality. Quality, in fact, is not simple as it says assurance. Quality is something that gives value to work. I should not say quality means quality assurance only. It's a responsibility for product. If your product does not give back quality, the product is worthless. I say quality for something, it means total quality. Total quality. It's not simply quality control. No. It is different. Quality control is very small part of quality. Quality system or system quality. All system quality. It's like when we say complete system, this means all systems. All. It's not simply site, it's complete system that project covers. Performance of system, performance of project is considered major part. If your system, your total system, your project does not perform or which it was constructed, you cannot say that quality was achieved. Performance, total performance that's required for project means design quality, procurement quality, you can say material quality and civil activities quality, all qualities whatever is required on project. That is a must. It's not simple that it's assurance. We don't want assurance, we want guarantee of that. That quality is top down. That's more important than saying quality assurance. ISO 9001-2015 is completely reviewed, is completely overhauled. It says it's the mandate now. You must have complete our slab and areas. Therefore, my quality statement is different. It's completely different. Let us see what they say first. What this page says, let us understand this first. It's important to differentiate between two because world has changed. It has changed. Company is responsible for quality means company manager is responsible for quality means head is responsible for quality. Not only you can confine it to or you can say a quality people you are responsible. They are responsible but other two are responsible. Now it says what it says that's understand because we have to first read this and then say what does it mean and where should we change it. Let us see whether conditions. Just a minute, please. Quality is the responsibility of everybody that I understand. Just like safety is the responsibility of everybody. You cannot say I am not responsible, you are responsible. This statement does not hold good nowadays. Because its reputation of a company, its value of a product that you get only because of quality, not because of anything else. Yes, project is specified, it's given, but achievement of that specification is actually quality. There's a drawing, there's a specification, everything is mentioned. You cannot say I don't understand this. Yes, inspection is there, but quality means what? Whatever is written, you have to do that. Whatever is specified, you have to achieve that. And that achievement is called quality. And you achieve above that, adds value. There are two issues, value and quality. Value addition. If you add value to what is to be done, is valuation, value engineering. And you say, yes, we have done it according to what's written. It's quality performance. That's why I understand. Now let us see what it says. Now this part specified quality assurance activities to be performed by design and supervision consultants during all phases of contract and should be read in conjunction with all other parts of contract. Purpose of this part is to define design and supervision consultants' responsibility for demonstrating that work under contract is executed to quality standards required by contract and to outline verification activities. Now references are BSEN ISO 9000-2005 Quality Management System Fundamentals and Vocabulary sorry. Then BSEN ISO 9001-2008 Quality Management System. Now this 2008 is 2015 we should say because this is obsolete. And BSO ISO 10006 2003 Quality Management Systems Guidelines for Quality Management Projects. Then ISO 1005-2005 is Quality Management Systems Guidelines for Quality Projects. Now this is references for that they are obsolete now. Then this is BSEN ISO 19001 2011 and is guidelines for auditing management system. QCS Qatar construction specification. All some are obsolete, some are not obsolete. We can say that. I'm sorry, there's a section here. Really. Now definitions. Defects or non-performance. Any part of works, I can say, not executed. Any part of work was not executed, provided, or completed in accordance with contract. See, some part of works not executed, provided, or completed in accordance with contract. For avoidance of doubt and without limiting generality of expression, expression, the term shall be taken to include all whatever item or every item of plants, material, goods or work incorporated or used on works which does not or may not conform to relevant quality standards or pass test prescribed in or be inferred from contract. Now, honor is ministry, let's say here, municipality, department, affairs, agency, authority, or individual for whom project is being undertaken and to whom handover of final product will be made. Now, QAQC, quality assurance, now QQ requirement you can say, and quality control. This may be written as QAQC or whatever. QA or QR, quality assurance, quality requirement. Part of quality management focused on providing confidence that quality requirements shall be fulfilled. Quality requirement involves a continuous evaluation of adequacy of effectiveness of overall quality management system in order to evaluate a deviation from established quality objectives. Quality control, part of quality management focused on fulfilling quality requirements. QC involves specific control points during design, fabrication or construction stages to check fulfilling of design criteria, acceptance criteria, tolerance etc., performance criteria or functional criteria. QMS is quality management system, is set of integrated, interrelated or interactive process, activities or tasks to direct project resources to achieve established quality policy or objectives. Quality management coordinated activities to direct and control an organization with regards to quality. Design consultant quality requirements and quality responsibility and duties. What is that? Let us see. Design consultant shall be responsible for setting up, implementing and monitoring his own contract specific quality management system meeting requirements of this part. Design consultant shall be responsible for quality auditing, monitoring and oversight of any sub-consultant under their control. Design consultant shall be responsible for quality auditing, monitoring and oversight of every sub-consultant under their control. So number one was design consultant shall be responsible for setting up, implementing and monitoring its own contract specific quality management system meeting requirements of this part. Design consultant shall be responsible for quality auditing, monitoring and oversight of whatever sub-consultants under their control. Design consultant shall perform and witness every examination and test necessary to demonstrate conformance of works to requirements of contract and shall accept only works by contractor that so conform. Design consultant shall establish and maintain a system of records which would provide objective evidence that supervision consultant is meeting requirements of this specification and that contractors' control and inspections are effective in meeting minimum standards required under their control. A record shall be made available to engineer in accordance with requirements stated herein or elsewhere in contract. Let us read this paragraph again. It's a little longer, so read it again. Little normal concentration. Design consultant shall establish and maintain a system of records which provide objectives, evidence that supervision consultant is meeting requirements of this specification and that contractors' control and inspections are effective in meeting minimum standards required under their contract. Records shall be made available to engineer in accordance with requirements stated herein or elsewhere in contract. Design consultant shall be subject to monitoring through audit and surveillance by engineer. In both cases, design consultant shall promptly rectify any negative findings with their quality system, rectify non-conformities and corrective actions found during audit and surveillance of activities directed at them. No part of quality system shall be used to preclude or otherwise negate requirement of each part of contract or obligation of design consultant pursuant to contract. No part of quality system shall be used to preclude or otherwise negate requirement of any part of contract or obligation of design consultant pursuant to contract. Design consultant shall appoint a suitably qualified quality manager to verify that requirements of these specifications are met. Proposed quality manager shall be subject to approval by engineer. Now, design quality system documentation. Design consultant quality system shall include as minimum following: A. Quality plan as detailed in 23.2.3 below. A. Procedures and work instruction. Procedures and work instruction. Design consultant quality system must include all relevant technical procedures and other pertinent documentation to ensure that design works are completed in accordance with contract with specific reference to Procedures and work instruction design consultant quality system must include all relevant technical procedures and other pertinent documentation to ensure that design works are completed in accordance with contract with the specific reference to minimum requirements of standards given. Now we go forward, then what we see that C is quality, that was A before. The quality records, in addition to and including quality records identified in contract or other applicable codes, standards of procedures, design consultant shall identify project quality. So this is, that's what I'm saying, quality in addition to and including quality records identified in contract and other applicable codes, standards or procedures, design consultant shall identify project quality records in compliance with minimum requirements, standard reference 223 or 132 and above reference and other documents. Now, quality system documents shall be submitted to honor for review, comment and approval within 30 days after contract award. In event that comments are made on contract, quality system documentation submitted for review and comment. Design consultant shall make adjustments, correction, amendment or alteration required. Such comments shall be made on premise that adjustment, correction, amendment or alteration is within the scope of contract and shall not affect contractual documents, shall not contract. Then let us go further. Now adjustment corrections, let us say, wait a minute. Such comments shall be made on premise that adjustment, correction, amendment or alteration is within Scope of contract and shall not affect contract conditions. Specifications guarantees price or like in whatever way. And then adjustment, correction, amendments or alterations made by design consultant to contract quality system shall after revision be resubmitted by design consultant to honor for review and approval. Now come to quality plan, which is real document we are talking of. Quality plan. Quality plan means complete procedures how we are going to maintain quality on this project. That is this plan. That is this plan. Design consultants are required to submit quality plan. So this is what I say. Sometimes you'll find me lost in between this because I think of something art, and maybe I am at that time wasting your time. I apologize for that, but it happens because it's complete text, and I feel something in my eyes because my eyes are cataract operated. So little relief is required for that. Okay, if you don't mind. Now, in this, what is that? Design consultants are required to submit quality plan addressing their design activities, which are specific, not generic. These are specific and not generic to contract, meeting as a minimum requirements of standards referenced in 2312 above. This plan shall refer or include references or include other documentation which is relevant to contract. This plan shall refer or include other documentation which is relevant to contract. However, as a standalone document, quality plan shall clearly indicate how quality process shall be applied to meet requirement of contract. Particular emphasis is to be placed on following, and let us see what are these. A. Relevant extracts from corporate quality manual, reference to specifications. That is relevant extracts from corporate quality manual, reference to specifications, standards, etc. Then B. List of all procedures applicable to product. C. QA/QC organization or QR organization and document control, inspection and test, specific work practices, list of all procedures applicable to consultants project quality system. List of all procedures applicable to consultants project quality system, and audits including internal and external audits plans. Management review, quality objectives, key performance indicators, allocation of resources, responsibilities and authority for all phases of work. Control or non-conformance, corrective and preventive actions, contract changes, lessons learned and continual improvement. Purchasing processes, namely sub-consultants, and quality records. Design consultant's quality plan shall make reference to and take into account applicable codes, standards, specifications, quality characteristics, and regulatory requirements as necessary. It shall identify criteria by which design and development's inputs and outputs should be accepted, and how, at what stages, and by whom. Output should be reviewed, verified, and validated. And say it will identify criteria by which design and development's inputs and outputs should be accepted, and how, at what stages, and by whom. Output should be reviewed, verified, and validated. Design consultant's quality plan shall also state following: how request for changes and development shall be controlled to meet contractual requirements. Who is authorized to initiate a change request? How changes shall be reviewed in terms of their impact? Who is authorized to approve or reject changes? How implementation of changes shall be verified? When design and development reviews takes place. And this is construction, inspection, and test requirement specifications. Let me see how many pages are there. Well, there are many pages in that, so I think we should stop here. We should stop here today. Okay, we stopped here 181 page. We'll take up tomorrow this one. We'll go to FIDIC now. We'll move on to FIDIC with this, and now we'll move to FIDIC. Now we are going to FIDIC and leaving this so that we don't feel bored all the way. And this is now FIDIC, I can say. I'm bleeding very hard also. I think more than 32, 33 now. Early morning it is. So we are going to talk of this FIDIC. FIDIC Silver 2017, red we have finished. We'll see on the, and let's see how it works, and we'll see. So this is here FIDIC here. FIDIC (2017) red plus silver, and we are doing silver now. We are understanding silver, EPC that is, and that we had done. So it is FIDIC 2017. It's interesting for those who have some problems in contracts on sites, particularly those engineers. I think there are so many who have been structural engineers, design engineers, but they should also understand contracts, because you have to deal either sometimes in life, and if you can't move successfully on that, that's a drawback. There's a drawback on part of engineer if you do not understand that. That's a drawback on part of engineer, I can say. We must be expert on this. At least we must understand that. And it's duty of every civil engineer or higher, you can say structural engineer or others, planners as well as quality engineers and all those, because no, it's not basic, but it is important because it is a part of professional practice. And if you do not consider this a part of professional practice, then there is something wrong with you somewhere. So you have to set your, you can say, something is wrong with you if you cannot do that. What is wrong with you, find yourself. But I accept, I say that change your concept of engineer, because you cannot move all the way alone without knowing contracts. Contracts are a must, and if you can't move without contract, I'm telling you, you can't move without contract. Contract knowledge is for engineers, not necessary for lawyers, because why depend upon lawyers? No need of doing lawyers, because it is technical contract. It's contract that deals with knowledge, experience and everything. You cannot simply leave it in eyes of others that I am this and that, because you have to, that's that part, neighbor and others. Subcontracts, I read with this, where's that now? I think it's 6-1 maybe, I'm wrong, it's 6-1, not whatever I'm saying is 6-1, I think, yes, actually 6-1. Yes, staff and labor. What I'm saying, I was saying that maybe you people won't understand at this stage because of various reasons. You may not understand this point, but it's an interest of engineering and engineers, particularly those who are seniors. I'm not talking a very junior one, I'm talking of those who are senior or responsible for management, who are in management and who have certain responsibilities. They must understand contracts. And contracts is not what you want to contract. It should be implementable lawfully. It's not simply because you think something is right, which should be enforceable by law. And for that you must understand what's legal, what's not legal. And basics you know and understand. The basics are known to engineers from their education, but like all other subjects, we take this also as a subject to be ignored because we keep ourselves technically up. I should know designs, our engineers should know designs, construction and all that. While we forget that without contraction, without contracts, without knowledge of contract, and we cannot award contract and we cannot force contractor to do per contract. And that command is required. That command, if you want to have, how to force contractors and how to award some contract, or how to handle all conditions of contract. If you do not know procedures, you will fail somewhere, and contractor shall rotate your throat at one point. It won't allow you to respire, because this is quality of contractors. Either they will be too cooperative with you or too distressful with you, both ways, because contractor means a person who is behind money and behind own. What I say in labor here, it is FIDIC 2017 silver and class 6.1. 6.1 staff and labor. Engagement of staff and labor basis. It says engagement of staff and labor as except as otherwise stated in specifications, contractor shall make arrangements for engagement of all contractors' personnel and for their payment, accommodation, feeding, transport and welfare. (6.2) Rates of wages and conditions of labor. Contractor shall pay rates of wages and observe conditions of labor which comply with applicable laws and are not lower than those established for trade or industry where work is carried out. Contractor shall pay rates of wages and observe conditions of labor which comply with the applicable laws and are not lower than those established for trade or industry where work is carried out. If no established as such rates or condition are applicable, contractor shall pay rates of wages and observe conditions which are not lower than general level of wages and conditions observed locally by employers whose trade or industry is similar to that of contractor. Recruitment of persons. This is 6.3. Recruitment of persons. Contractor shall not recruit or attempt to recruit staff and labor from amongst employers' personnel. Number one. Employers shall not recruit or attempt to recruit staff and labor from amongst contractors' personnel. There is inter-prohibitory condition between employer and contractors. 6.4 Labor laws. Contractors shall comply with all labor laws, all pertinent or relevant labor laws applicable to contractors' personnel, including laws relating to their employment, laws relating to their employment, including wages and working hours, health, safety, welfare, immigration and emigration, and contractor shall comply with relevant labor laws. Okay, contractor shall require contracts person to obey all applicable laws. So we repeated. Contractor shall comply with all labor laws applicable to contractors, personnel, including laws relating to their employment, including wages and working hours, health, safety, welfare, immigration and emigration, and shall allow them all their language, all their rights, legal rights. Then working hours. No work shall be carried out on site on locally recognized days of rest or outside normal working hours in hours stated in contract data unless otherwise stated in contract. Unless otherwise stated in the contract, employer gives consent or work is unavoidable or necessary for protection of life or property or for safety of works, in which case contractor shall immediately give a notice to employer with reasons and describing work required. Then we can say there are 4 conditions. Again I repeat, sometimes we have to go very slow. No work shall be carried out on site on locally recognized days of rest. This is a very important point. Or outside normal working hours stated in contract data unless A. Otherwise stated in contract, B. Employer gives consent of, or C. Process. Hmm. So, otherwise stated in contract, employer gives consent or work is unavoidable or necessary for protection of life or property or for safety of works, in which case contractor shall immediately give a notice to employer which reasons and describing work required. Facilities for staff and labor. Facilities. I think you know all that, but let's say it's contract matter. You must understand that. What is that? No. Except as otherwise stated in employer's requirements, contractors shall provide and maintain all necessary accommodations or and welfare facilities for contractors' personnel. If such accommodation and facilities are to be located on site, except where employer has given contractors prior permission. Except as otherwise stated in employer's requirements, contractor shall provide and maintain all necessary accommodation and welfare facilities for contractors' personnel. If such accommodation and facilities are to be located on site except where employer has given contractor prior permission, they shall be located within areas identified in employer's requirements. If whatever such accommodation or facilities are found elsewhere within site, contractor shall immediately remove them at contractor's risk and cost. Contractor shall also provide facilities for employers' personnel as stated in employer's requirements. 6.7 Health and safety of personnel. Health and safety of personnel. In addition to requirements of subclause 4.8, health and safety obligations, contractor shall all times take all necessary precautions to maintain health and safety of contractors' personnel in collaboration with local health authorities. Contractors shall ensure that medical staff, first aid facilities, sick bay, ambulance services, and whatever other medical services stated in employer's requirements are available at all times at site and at other accommodation for contractors and employers also, and suitable arrangements are made for all necessary welfare and hygiene requirements and for prevention of epidemics. prevention of epidemics. Contractor shall appoint a health and safety officer at site responsible for maintaining health, safety, and protection against accidents. Officer shall be qualified, experienced, and competent for this this responsibility and have authority to issue directives for purpose of maintaining health and safety of all personnel authorized to enter or work on site and to take protective measures to prevent accidents. Throughout execution of works, okay. Throughout execution of works, contractor shall provide whatever is required by this person to exercise this responsibility and authority. Contractor Superintendent 6.8. Contractor Superintendents. From commencement from commencement date until issue of performance certificate, contractor shall provide all necessary superintendents to plan, arrange, direct, from commencement date until so issue of performance certificate, contractor shall provide all necessary superintendents to plan, arrange, direct, manage, inspect, test, and monitor execution of works. Really? There's so much in this. Superintendent shall be given by a sufficient number of persons who are fluent in or have adequate knowledge of language for communications defined in subclass 1.4 law and language, and who have adequate knowledge of operations be likely be carried out, including methods and techniques required, hazards likely to be encountered, and methods of preventing accidents for satisfactory and safe execution of works. I will repeat contractor superintendent because small one but important one. from commencement date until issue of performance certificate. Contractor shall provide all necessary superintendents to plan, arrange, direct, manage, respect, test, and monitor execution of works. Superintendents shall be given by a sufficient number of persons who are fluent in or have adequate knowledge of language for communications that is defined in subclass 1 for law and language, and who have adequate knowledge of operations to be carried out, including methods and techniques required, hazards likely to affect knowledge. So we move now to 6.9, that's contractor's personal. I have to keep thinking in between, because I want to explain also something to think on that. I cannot express every clause. I have to think on comprehensive basis to talk of that. Contractor's personal, including key personnel, if whatever shall be, is a contractor's personal, including key personnel, shall be appropriately qualified, skilled, experienced, and competent in their respective trades or occupations. Employer may require contractor to remove for cause to be removed or cause to be removed whatever person who is a person employed on site or works, including contractors, representative, and key personnel, whosoever who persists in any misconduct or lack of a care, who persists in any misconduct or lack of care, carries out duties incompetently or negatively, fails to comply with provision of contract, persist in whatever conduct which is prejudicial to safety, health, or protection of environment, is found based on reasonable evidence to have engaged in corrupt, fraudulent, collusive, or coercive practice, or has been recruited by then you say your conditions I repeat. Repeating is important because this clause is starting a clock like a bit of light, I think. Light is not required and somebody light off. Let me shut off. Contractor personnel, including key personnel whatsoever, shall be appropriately qualified, skilled, experienced, competent in their callings, respective trades or occupation. Employer may require contractors to remove one or either of them or cause to be removed any person employed in site works, including contractors representing key personnel whatsoever whose persistent and misconduct or lack of care carries out duties incompetently or negligently fails to comply with provisions of contract and persistent whatever conduct which is prejudicial to safety, health, or protection of environment is found based on reasonable evidence to have engaged in corrupt, fraudulent, collusion or coercive practice or has been recruited from employer's personnel in breach of subclause 6.3. If appropriate, contractor shall then promptly appoint or cause to be appointed a suitable replacement in case of replacement of contractor's representative. Subclause 4.3, contractor's representative shall apply in case of replacement of key personnel, if any. Subclause 6.12, key personnel, I repeat, if appropriate, contractor shall then promptly appoint or cause to appoint a suitable replacement in case of replacement of contractor's representative. Subclass 4.3, contractor's representative shall apply in case of replacement of key personnel. Subclass 6.12, key personnel shall apply. 6.10, contractor's records. Unless otherwise proposed by contractor or agreed by employer, in each progress report under subclause 420, progress reports the contractor shall include records of occupations and actual working hours of each class of contractor's personnel, type and actual working hours of each of contractor's equipment, C, types of temporary works used, and type of plants installed in permanent works, and E, quantities and types of materials used for each work activity shown in program or at each work location each day of work. 6.11, disorderly conduct. Contractor shall at all times take all necessary precautions to prevent unlawful riotous or disorderly conduct by or amongst contractors' personnel, and to preserve peace and protection of persons and property on and near site. 6.12, key personnel. If no key personnel are specified in employer's requirements, this clause shall not apply. If no key personnel are specified in employer's requirements, this clause shall not apply. Contractor shall appoint natural persons named in tender to position of key personnel. If not so named, or if an appointed person fails to act in relevant position of key personnel, contractor shall submit to employer for consent name and particulars of another person. Contractor proposes to appoint to such position. If consent is withheld or subsequently revoked, contractor shall similarly submit name and particulars of a suitable replacement for such position. If employer does not respond within 14 days, receiving after receiving whatever such submission by giving a notice stating an objection to appointment of such person or replacement with reasons employer shall be deemed to have given employer's consent. Contractor shall not withhold employer's prior consent. Contractor shall not, without employer's prior consent, revoke appointment of whatever key personnel or appoint or a replacement unless person is unable to act as a result of death, illness, disability or resignation, in which case appointment shall be deemed to have been revoked. With immediate effect, and appointment of a replacement shall be treated as a temporary appointment. Again, contractor shall not, without employer's prior consent, revoke appointment of any of key personnel or appoint a replacement unless person is unable to act as a result of death, illness, disability or resignation, in which case appointment shall be deemed to have been revoked with immediate effect, and appointment of a replacement shall be treated as a temporary appointment until employer gives consent to this replacement or another replacement is appointed under subclause. All key personnel shall be based on site or where works are being executed off site. All key personnel shall be based at site or where works are being executed off site at location of works for whole time that works are being executed. If either of key personnel is to be temporarily absent during execution of works, a suitable replacement shall be temporarily appointed, subject to employer's prior consent. After that, now all key persons shall be fluent in language of communication defined in subclass 4, 1/4 law and language. Now we go to 7, that is class 7, plants, materials and workmanship. Manner of execution. There is a plant, equipment and material. This is main part of resource. What plant can do, can expedite project. We know that. So this is that one. This is what plant can do for us. So plant materials can do for us. Contractor shall carry out manufacture, supply, installation, testing and commissioning and or repair of plant, production, manufacture, supply and testing of materials and all other operations and activities during execution of works. A. In manner specified in contract. B. In a proper workmanlike and careful manner, in accordance with recognized good practice and with properly equipped facilities and non-hazardous materials, except as otherwise specified in contract. 7. Samples. Contractor shall submit following samples of materials and relevant information to employer for consent prior to using materials in for works. A. Samples of materials specified in contract at contractor's cost, and B. Additional samples instructed by employer as variation. Each sample shall be labeled as to origin and intended use in works. 7.3 Inspection. 1 minute. Inspections. Inspections. Employer's personnel shall during all normal working hours stated in contract data and all other reasonable free times have full access to all parts of site and to all places from which natural materials are being obtained during production, manufacture and construction at site, and to extent specified in employer's requirements elsewhere be entitled to examine, inspect, measure and test to extent stated in employer's requirements materials, plant and workmanship. Check progress of manufacture of plant and production and manufacture of materials and make records including photographs and oblique or video recordings, and carry out other duties, carry out other duties including inspections as specified in these conditions, and employers' requirements. Contract shall give employers personnel full opportunity to carry out these activities, including providing safe access, facilities, permissions, and safety equipment. In respect of work which employers' personnel are entitled to examine, inspect, measure, and/or test, contractor shall give a notice to employer whenever either materials, each of these materials planned to work being ready for inspection. Before it is to be covered up, put out of sight, or packaged for storage or transport. Employer's personnel shall then either carry out examination, inspection, measurement, or testing without unreasonable delay. Or employer shall promptly give a notice to contractor that employer's personnel do not require to do so. If employers gives no such notice and or employer's personnel do not attend at that time, a time stated in contract's notice or such time as may be agreed with contractor may proceed with covering up, putting out of sight, or packaging for storage or transport. If contractor fails to give a notice in accordance with subclause, contractor shall, if and when required by employer, uncover work and thereafter reinstate and make good all at contractor's risk and cost. Testing by contractors 7.4. Testing by contractors 7.4. This subclause shall apply to all tests specified in contract except as otherwise stated under subclause 12, tests after completion. Contractor shall provide all apparatus. Contractor shall provide all apparatus, assistance, documents, and other information, temporary supplies of electricity and water, equipment, fuel, consumables, instruments, labor, materials, and suitably qualified, experienced, and competent staff as are necessary to carry out specified tests efficiently and properly. All apparatus, equipment, and instruments shall be calibrated in accordance with standards specified in employers' requirements or defined by applicable laws, and if requested by employer, contractor shall submit calibration certificates before carrying out testing. Contractor shall give a notice to employer stating time and place for specified testing of any or whatever plant materials and other parts of works. This notice shall be given in reasonable time, having regard to location of testing for employer's personnel to attend. Employer may, under clause 13, variations and adjustments, vary location or timing or details of specified tests, or instruct contractor to carry out additional tests. If these varied or additional tests show that tested plant materials or workmanship is not in accordance with then employer may under clause 13 variations, adjustments, vary location or timing or details of specified tests. Employer may under clause 13 variations and adjustments, vary location or timing or details of specified tests, or instruct contractor to carry out additional tests. If these varied or additional tests show that tested plant materials or workmanship is not in accordance with contract, cost and whatever delay incurred in carrying out this variation shall be borne by contractor. And in last paragraph was, contractor shall give a notice to employer stating time and place for specified testing of whatever plant materials and other parts of works. This notice shall be given in reasonable time, having regard to location of testing for employer's person to attend. Next is, employer shall give a notice to contractor of not less than 72 hours of employer's intention to attend tests. If employer does not attend at that time and place stated in contractor's notice, under this subclause, contractor may proceed with tests unless otherwise instructed by employer. These tests shall then be deemed to have been made in employer's presence. If contractor suffers delays and or incurs cost from complying with any such instruction, or as a result of a delay for which employer is responsible, contractor shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.2, claims for payment and or EOT, extension of time, EOT and or payment of cost plus profit. If contractor causes any delay to specified tests, including varied or additional tests, and such delay causes employer to incur costs, employer shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.2, claims for payment and or EOT to payment of this cost by contractor. Contractor shall promptly forward to employer duly certified reports of tests. When specified tests have been passed, employer shall endorse contractor's test certificate or issue a test certificate to contractor to that effect. If employer has not attended tests, employer shall be deemed to have accepted readings as accurate. Subclause 7.5, defects and rejection shall apply in event that whatever plant materials and other parts of works fails to pass a specified test. Defects and rejection 7.5, defects and rejection. It is as a result of an examination, inspection, measurement or testing. It was a result of examination, inspection, measurement or testing. Whatever plant materials, certain plant materials, design, or workmanship is found to be defective or otherwise not in accordance with contract, employer shall give a notice to contractor describing item of plant materials, design or workmanship that has been found to be defective. Contractor shall then promptly prepare and submit a proposal for necessary remedial work. Employer may review this proposal. Employer may review this proposal and may give a notice to contractor stating extent to which proposed work, if carried out, would not result in plant, materials, design or workmanship complying with contract. After receiving such a notice, contractor shall promptly submit a revised proposal to employer. If employer gives no such notice within 14 days after receiving contractor's proposal or revised proposal, employer shall be deemed to have given a notice of no objection. If contractor fails to promptly submit a proposal or revised proposal for remedial work or fails to carry out the proposed remedial work which employer has given or is deemed to have given a notice of no objection, employer may instruct contractor under subparagraph A and or B of subclause 7.6 remedial work or reject design reject design, plant, material or workmanship by giving a notice to contractor with reasons, in which case subparagraph A of subclause 11.4 failure to remedy defects shall apply. After remedying defects, in plant, whatever plant materials, designs or workmanship, if employer requires whatever such items to be retested, test shall be repeated in accordance with subclause 7.4 testing by contractors at contract risk and cost. If rejection and retesting causes employer to incur additional cost, employer shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.2 claims for payment and EOT to payment of this cost by contractor. Remedial work 7.6. Remedial work, in addition to whatever previous examination, inspection, measurement or testing or test certificate or notice of no objection by employer at whatever time before issue of taking over certificate for works, employer may instruct contractor to A, repair or remedy if necessary off-site, or remove from site and replace each plant or materials which are not in accordance with contract, or repair or remedy or remove and re-execute whatever other work which is not in accordance with contract, and carry out whatever remedial work which is urgently required for safety of works, whether because of an accident, unforeseeable event or otherwise. Contractor shall comply with instruction as soon as practicable and not later than time if mentioned or specified in instruction, or immediately if urgency is specified under subparagraph C above. Contractor shall bear cost of all remedial works required under this subclause, except to extent that either every work under subparagraph C above is attributable to any act by employer or employer's person. If contractor suffers delay and or incurs cost in carrying out such work, contractor shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20, to claims for payment and or EOT and or payment of such cost plus profit, or an exceptional event, in which case subclause 18.4 consequence of exceptional event shall apply. If contractor fails to comply with employer's instructions, employer may at employer's sole discretion employ and pay other persons to carry out work, except to the extent that contractor would have been entitled to payment work under subclause. Employer shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.2, claims for payment and or EOT to payment by contractor of all costs arising from this failure. This entitlement shall be without prejudice to any other right employer may have under contract or otherwise. If contractor fails to comply with the employer's instruction, employer may at employer's sole discretion employ and pay other persons to carry out work, except to extent that contractor would have been entitled to payment for work under subclause. Employer shall be entitled, subject to subclause 20.2, claims for payment and or EOT to payment by contractor of all costs arising from this failure. This entitlement shall be without prejudice to either other rights employer may have under contract or otherwise. And after this we have ownership of plant and material, then we have royalties. In this we will take up tomorrow. Then commencement, delay and suspension. And what I am saying is that this EPC, again same comments I will make. EPC is very important part. It's very important part of contracting for me, for you, for everybody. EPC means design, it means procurement, it means construction, total responsibility of project, which means importance of contractorship as well as route to earn, but also its complete professional status contract. Also, red book, which is where design is given by employer through some engineer. Here, total design is to be done by contractor. Total design means it's for big projects which are operational projects, which shall be used for big long-term basis, maybe 30 years, 40 years, such projects like plants, facilities, like processing plants, like power stations, and like where multidiscipline involvement is multidiscipline professional involvement works in, where you can say single discipline doesn't mean anything. This will have, as I said before, multitude of buildings, process plant, big trains, many trains, and they will landscape, off-sites, utilities, and interconnections, and armored cable in ground, duct bands, utilities, many types of piping, big pipe, small pipe, rainwater pipe, chemical pipe, this pipe, and network of pipe racks and sleepers, or you can say platforms and pump stations at sea, substations, administration areas, laydown areas, official buildings, and you can say all buildings as such needed in off-sites and on-sites. Such projects are very big, and these projects consume a couple of years, where designs go on repeating due to many reasons of machines, equipment, which could not be decided immediately. That takes time. So it's important from this point of view that we must be very, very sure about what we have to do. The structural engineers and other engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, all other engineers are involved in this, and exclusively if you call yourself I am this engineer, then you may not move ahead in this case, because you have to travel. As a structural engineers, you may have to attend meetings, you may have to go anywhere on site, and you have to ensure quality documentation and how site works are going on, how structures are being constructed. All this come under purview of engineers, and contracting knowledge, contracting exposure is very important for engineers. They must have this. No question of running away from that, because this is very important part. If you fail in contracting, then you can't be, you can say, lead manager or responsible for such big projects. You can't be responsible for such big projects in your life if you just stick to this, that I am this engineer, I am not interested in that which goes against your profession. Because if you want to move further, you have to express yourself that you are a lead, you are not a follower. You understand this. You have to. It doesn't matter you're master of that, but you should understand this contract conditions. I have been reading contracts in my past, and then I have gone so much into depth, though I don't have any degree as such of law or contracting related courses, yet I feel, and I have been tested by time, my companies for consultancy on this, for reviewing contracts, for my comments and recommendations. This status I got, and because it's always important to move forward. It doesn't matter what's your education is, when you understand something, it's really appreciable. Keep free of binding, keep free of saying that I don't want to touch it. When you are in profession, you are claiming that you are an engineer, professional engineer, or a chartered engineer, or international engineer, whatever you can say, or even a structural engineer. You must have a capacity to deal with such type of situations, because without this, others would trap you if you can't trap them. That is a very strong point. We must understand and take into considerations that the world is very big, and I have seen very good structural engineers in my life, in British particularly, and those non-British as well, who have good knowledge of contracts, who talk like at least since some person is something else. In addition to structural designs and structural engineering, if person knows about how to talk, how to handle contracts and contract issues, and I felt very much impressed by such people, that they value what contracts are, and they write like that and speak like that. When our people, of course, miss because of certain, I don't know what kind of egoistic in them does exist. But they should think otherwise as well. That's my, can say, recommendation is, and that's why I say, that's my suggestion is. And with that, I like to close this today's topic, in which we have discussed, management, engineering, what is engineering is. Unfortunately, I could not do sharing of this document myself, so I can show you this document as well, which I was referring to. I'll try again if I can successfully use sharing of this news. Just thank you very much, gentlemen. I take my leave today. Thanks a lot indeed for your cooperation and for your, and I close this. Thanks. Okay.